Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Dahil Anglican for his verbal slaughter.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me today. We are super excited about what we're going to kick off today because the mystery that is Karen Reed will all be revealed. It's all going to be revealed. Let's see. Make sure I got the right video here. Okay. There we go. All right. Welcome. Come on in. Please take your seats. Let's see if I can get chat on the screen. That would be nice. Restore chat. Hold on, chat. There we go. Right before the music's over, just in time. Rianne K, congratulations, Rianne. You were first in chat today. Congratulations. It was just recently, so you should remember committing this offense. And yes, it is an offense. It was quiet, and then you talked, and then it wasn't quiet. That's pretty much how it went down this morning. And because of that, we're going to punish you with internet ownership. It's sort of like a reward, but also not. So, all right. For those that are curious, the title does say Karen Reed trial. We are not covering it live. We're not covering the live footage. If you want to see what's up today, we're not going to do that. We're going to go back and watch highlights. We're going to skip some parts, and it's not going to be gavel to gavel. But that's where we are. Ooh, somebody's calling from Sweden. Who would be calling from Sweden this time in the morning? Hang on 1 second. Let me plug it in. Hello? Hello, Sweden? Can you hear me now? Oh, they hung up. It was Sweden. I was thinking it was Angela. Let's see. Welcome. Is there any Daybell today? Is Daybell happening today? Let me check. That's going to be... $10:30 for RA. So thank you very much. Day 18, by the way, for Chad Daybell. $18 out of like 1,000. Let's see. We're going to upload a thumbnail because we got yesterday's thumbnail for Chad Daybell's trial. We'll put that on over there. Looks beautiful. And it's going to start at 10:30, which means we'll start about 10:15, and that's a go over there. All right. Okay, almost ready over there. Welcome. Good to have you all here. Happy birthday to, well, we've got a couple people whose birthdays it is today. One of them is a fellow YouTuber who I have never met. But I did tweet to him this morning because he was saying, "Hey, today's my birthday," and so I thought, well, I think I'll go ahead and wish you a happy birthday. So we're going to wish a happy birthday to Jimmy Donaldson, fellow Pitt County resident. I think he is. I've never seen him. His name is Mr. Beast on YouTube, biggest YouTuber on YouTube. So happy birthday to him as well. So I'll add him to the list. Don't worry about that. I'll add that. Let's see. Did everybody get their wishes in? I saw somebody had the dog that was having a birthday today. Hopefully you got that added to the form right here that Sharon's linked right there. That's how you get everybody added to the song. Thank you for that. Let's see. What did I miss here this morning? 10:30 for Daybell. Thank you, Ashley, for that one. There is Daybell today. The what if any put up what if any. No. Dana loves Zumba. I think Brandy is counting the what if any's. I was going to count the size, size from the judge, from good old Bev, because apparently it's constant. Maybe more so than what if any's. But what do we call a psi counter? Is there a word that starts with S that means counter? Who brought the thesaurus today? Hey Siri, what are synonyms for counter?
Synonyms for counter include parry, hit back at, and answer.
It gave me parry, hit back, and answer, and that's not what I want. It's different definition. Siri, do better, Siri. Somebody help me here. Sequencer, the psi sequencer, the seismograph. Oh my goodness, Squidward. I think you just won the internet again, right there with that. The seismograph. We're going to have a seismograph. That's the winning answer. You guys can stop guessing. Squidward has nailed it. We have a seismograph. Just creating it right here on the iPad. The cord's short. I can't lift it any higher than this. Seismograph is ready over there. I'll build the chart for it in just a minute. All right. Seismograph is perfect. It is. Help. Thank you, Squidward. You look a lot like that guy from Facebook, by the way, from your profile picture. Do you ever get that from anybody? All right, here we go. Let's check your phone. I'm trying to call in. I answered, and you didn't talk. Angela, I answered, if you remember. I said I got a call from Sweden, and then nothing happened. I said hello. Okay. Try again, Angela. Let's see if it works. There we go. Like a charm, first try.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
There we go. Hello, Angela. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am doing great. Happy afternoon to you. But it's still morning.
Yeah, well, I am awake for several hours, actually. I am here on my phone, so I don't see the chat, but hi, chat. I just wanted to say hi from, I'm here on Eurovision right now. It's on full gong. Tonight is the first semifinal. So, yeah, just want to say hi. I actually had to hide so you don't hear the music and you don't get the copyright strike.
Because it's a party. It's a party. That's where you are.
Yeah.
Massive concert.
Yeah, it's a part. Yeah, it's 9 days party.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't sound miserable at all. It sounds like you're
nope,
loving every minute of it.
I am actually, my adrenaline level is on max. So sleep, that's like on back burner.
Sleep is for next week or the week after. So, well,
yeah.
Lots of loud noises. well, do have fun. Enjoy the music. Have a blast.
I will.
And all the good things, and then report back when you're done. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. And actually, as someone who loves someone who loves true crime. Actually, I don't know if you saw this on the news, but we have a lot of security here, and police from like Sweden, Denmark, and Norway protecting the whole event.
Yeah.
And it's actually great.
Cool.
So, and I actually met a few people earlier. The people from America and Ecuador actually came here just traveling for this week. So yeah,
wow.
Maybe in the future, yeah. And
who's the one band?
Is interested,
Who's the one band you want to see more than any other?
I am rooting for Croatia to win. So yeah, but I already met them. So I don't know if that counts.
Awesome.
Yeah. So,
anything else you wanted to say before the music starts?
Yeah, if you are actually, but there is going to be a broadcast in U.S. on Peacock is going to broadcast it.
Nice.
So it's 3 p.m. Eastern time.
So tell us what you're wearing so we can see you in the crowd.
I am going to be in the Eurovision Village. So I was in Arena last night. It was general rehearsal. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, do have fun. Stay safe.
If you want to have,
yeah,
I will. Yeah, it's gonna be a party. So I am just Celine Dion was on. That's where she was discovered. So if you and ABBA, everyone knows ABBA.
Yes, that is awesome.
Yes. I just want to say hi and
rub it in that your dream event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Angela, thank you so much.
Yes.
Check in afterwards. I can't wait
thank
to
you
hear
so
how it
much.
goes. We'll see you.
Yeah, I will.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Angela's like, haha, guess where I am? I'm at Eurovision, which is funny. She's going to have an absolute blast over the next 9 days. Let's see.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Hang on. Hold tight. Judge Boyce. Get him pulled up right there. Move this over there. We're 7. Hang on. Getting everything lined up so we can be uninterrupted at a later time.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Grr.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
A window opened somewhere, and I can't find it. It's not on the hyperdeck. It's not my text messages. It's not the map. It's not my note page. I need it because it's going to be playing audio.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Might be. Okay. It's not Dropbox. Close that one. It's not Amazon. I lost a tab, guys.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Let's see.
Have them send someone with more experience.
There we go. I got it. Hey. Don't. No, now it's like a split window. Oh, fixed it. There we go. Crisis averted, guys. I lost this page. It was missing.
I object.
How does he do that?
Okay. All right, we're going to present that, share the screen. I just need to get Daybell going, so we're good. there. That's going to be good. I'm going to go live right now, even though it's early, because we've got half an hour before we expect anything. But there we go. Okay, so that's set up. Sorry, guys. Thanks for the patience behind the scenes. We haven't sung to the birthday people yet, so we have to go ahead and do that. I've got Iris. Is it Arnie? Iris and Arnie are celebrating their 10th wedding anniversary today, and then we have puppy Chester. Hey, Chester. Emily. Emily, Joey are celebrating this special day. So Chester, Emily, Joey, and of course Jimmy. Jimmy, Mr. Beast. We'll include him as well. So let's go ahead and everyone join with me in singing to the birthday peeps and pups. Peeps and pups, I think, is what we're singing to today. Blend your voices. Warm up with me one time. La 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 la. That's beautiful. That was a good one, actually. Here we go. Deep breath. Shoulders back. Breathe with your diaphragm. Project to the back of the room. Blend your voice with that of your neighbors. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Puppy Chester, Emily, Joey, and Jimmy Donaldson. Beast, happy birthday to you. To all those that are celebrating a birthday today, happy birthday. I hope you have a fabulous one. It's Tuesday after all. Tomorrow's hump day. Yesterday was Monday, so I mean, it's already better than yesterday. It's exciting. It's exciting. Have a happy birthday. Thanks for being here with us. I realize there are a million people, a million places you could be to celebrate your birthday, a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us, and that privilege and pleasure is not lost on you. Thank you. Have a happy birthday. Help yourself to the pancakes at Denny's, and then that's it. And then just enjoy your day, because it is your day. It's your day. Dancers looked phenomenal once again. Kick line was great, right on beat. We have worms. You're doing the worm? Ooh. Nice. It adds something. It really does. All right. Let's see. Happy birthday to everyone. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone. I think we got everybody that needed to. With Puppy Chester, I think, was the last one. Let's see. All right. Chris, I see you got a message to the burner phone. Let me check that out here. I got a million messages this morning, like they just uploaded. All right. We'll sort of fade this out as we get ready to start the day today. Our plan today was just to cover the openings. I don't know how much you want to hear from the openings from Karen Reed, but our plan was just to cover the openings from the two sides and just let us get a basic feel for what each side says happened, because that's basically what they're doing with their opening statements. They're sort of laying out the groundwork of what we're going to hear from witnesses from each side. So we're skipping some of the instructions from the judge, because we'll hear enough from her later. Is there anything else we need to do before we start? Let's see. Let's see. Somebody. Chris, did you send it to the email or to the burner phone? Looking for your email. I see the true crime blanket. Oh my goodness, it's got blood all over it. That is amazing. What a design. Okay, so Chris, I'll look for it. I don't see your email yet. Saying you sent me information about a case. Here's one. Austin girl says, I've been watching the Karen Reed trial. Man, I thought the police were corrupt in the Kelly trial. Boston said, hold my beer. So here's what I'll say. I just made a word. That's what I'll say. I have not chosen the side on this. My eyebrows have gone up when I've heard some of the things. I'm like, something sounds weird, sounds fishy. That's where I'm at on this case. And I realize that this particular case is polarized nearly as if it were a straight political issue. That's the only thing I have to compare it to. It's almost like the two sides are, like the two parties two main parties in politics that just cannot agree on anything. It's the weirdest thing to see that happen in a court case, especially early on in a court case. I've not picking. Hey, red pen. If enough people use the word, it becomes a word. They add it to the dictionary. I just said it first. That's it. I just said it first. Britta Aller says, can't believe it's been a year. Great friends and a great place to watch court. Love this place. Mods do a wonderful job. RA, keep up the good work. Britta, thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for 12 months of support. It would not be the same here without you. Thank you so much, Britta. Congratulations on that. And thanks. You're orange now. You've got an orange courthouse. My mouth, red pen, it goes just a little bit faster than my brain. And it gets me in trouble almost every time, as you know. So, all right, let's get queued up with the feed right here. I think we're going to start with a little bit of the judge talking, not a ton, but just a little bit. So, ready on two. How does it look? How's the picture?
To find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side.
This is Karen Reed right there in the center.
Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view, and I will discuss that with you before we go.
They have gone on a view.
Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law.
Folly, I'm so sorry.
If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Honor.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
I'll do my best.
He says quietly, I'll do my best.
So as Her Honor was telling you,
that was the first sigh, right there.
This is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address you. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you heard over the course of the impoundment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are.
They're messing with
and
the
what
audio.
relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen Furbush. And they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now in 2013, Kristen
like washing dishes in
unfortunately,
the background.
tragically passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and the kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Furbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they include Mrs. Kerry Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with the children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as conditioning him to more of a death role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he receives with these children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home was located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant one. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, had been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They had both applied to a private school called Bishop Ian, and they had both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see surveillance video and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, the blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mullaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, you'll have as an exhibit, I anticipate, a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. And when I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. To the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox and other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means through the course of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Kerry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters of Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Formati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
I killed him, I hit him, I hit him.
Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Formati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there were some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up, because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50 in the morning.
Or 80.
Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Good Samaritan Medical Center in Brock, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece and bringing her back to his house, as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser, and you'll see that video and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that vehicle. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. They were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. or so. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Kolakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's niece. Mrs. Kolakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side of the vehicle. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owned a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's over. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the Waterfall and went home. He lives sort of walking distance away from there. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the Waterfall that night. Mrs. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the Waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Tristan Morris, and they had dinner at the Waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins, and they had gone separately but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. They came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the Waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the Waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All
It's
of
like
this
a
is in
family
relation
reunion
to Brian Albert
describing.
and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to the road, to the front lawn, to the grassy areas around the town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there. Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew McCabe. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up on that. There are certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky DiLantonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Maxon, that's riding in the back of Mr. DiLantonio's pickup.
That's where he's introducing us to
Say
everybody in the
they
town
arrive
right now.
at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further till it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, so I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights at the vehicle as they're facing each other before they pull down Fairview. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to her brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so there are arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming in. You'll hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who is having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert is leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer McCabe in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, and this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops, but she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Carrie Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Ms. McCabe is getting ready as they're all sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe and see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different phones throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some point prior to that she has a cracked tailgate. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there is one person. So they're seated within the vehicle, and this is Ms. Roberts' vehicle, where she's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat, and the defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop the vehicle. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the camp firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, who you'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Celebrate. And Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Celebrate. And I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Canton police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony of Ms. Daisy Ormseth, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Valier, and Ms. Christina Hanley, those all being from the State Police lab. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. You'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Miss Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the two children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug and is sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. And essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba trip, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. It makes repeated reference to that within the content of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role with the Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5 a.m. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's house. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully of the State Police, from these Volte records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Paul. He's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota Textron, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel, and key cycles, and essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillight, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of the front grass and front street area. There is a specialized team called CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, there's a rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. And over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn in the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene at 34th Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify, with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who's essentially DNA analyst for the lab, and samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, the taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Lorton, Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from Ms. Tess Chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, in her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well.
I know this guy has a dry
Lastly,
presentation,
you'll
but I'm
also
sucked
hear
into
from
this.
Dr. Irene Sfortibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Sfortibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from it. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of his head. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain, and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that is observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas and how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the anticipation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you to do, based on the evidence, and again, as the court has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, and I reiterate that, the facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. And what I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Netti?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
I'm impressed with how well he knew that story. He knew all the facts, all the people, all the places, the order. He never had to go back and add anything. It didn't look like he was reading it. That was a good presentation, other than it was dry. It was dry.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe.
Whoa.
She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti.
Wow.
I'm an attorney with an office in
What
Boston.
an open.
Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it is truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You will question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You will question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, a family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, and an ambulance fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that morning. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. At his own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation, using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight. Someone, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's home. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus, and she backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th of 2022 and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, and not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was "how long to die in the cold," but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying there. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts in it. It had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Loughran saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was no body there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. The Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. The homeowner's a Boston cop, too. So folks, the trial is now about to start, and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses. And you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball here. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
May we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
Wow. The stark difference between the two presentations there. Yes, I'm hooked. Yes, I'm hooked. This is crazy. Wow. I was impressed. First of all, I realized the state's opening was about as dry as the Mojave Desert. There was little to that to really get me to be sucked in, but I loved the way he knew the entire story, knew every player, knew the order, knew everything. It was a very polished delivery, but done poorly. The defense comes up to bat and swings for the fences immediately, and wakes up the jury. I mean, if there's any juror who thought, this is going to be a long, boring trial, that put them on guard, and he hooked them immediately. And he's like, "Okay, there are issues. There are issues, and I don't know the evidence. Okay, so I'm looking at this as a juror member who day one is listening to this. There's some problems. If her car was going in reverse around that time, that's a strange fact. That's something that's out of the normal. So if her car data report shows that she backed up during that time, 25 miles an hour for 60 feet, what? I want some answers regarding that. Okay. So there's things that the state has presented that, if true, I really would be interested in. But at the same time, the defense has presented information that if true for them, oh wow, I guess everyone just talks to everybody. That's cool. We'll let them continue to talk here for just a minute. They're showing a fan, so. Okay, so if the defense is true, what they've presented, they, instead of just saying it wasn't me, it could have been somebody else, there's room for doubt, they're saying the evidence they have to point to our client is false. The people who testified that lied. They're attacking. They're literally going on the attack on this, and saying when they say this, we will prove otherwise. This is a big thing. I am definitely getting the feel that there was an insider-outsider situation going on here. That town, local in town, part of the cops. This was a tight-knit brotherhood, and possibly that played in a big way very early on. That's just the vibe I'm getting. Does that mean that Karen Reed didn't do it? No. They're still talking here. Anyway, it's wow. I think the way the prosecution set it up, they have all these people. They're flooding the jury with people, right? We're going to show you all the people, everybody who was at the care home, everybody who's on the ambulance crew, everybody who showed up. I think we're coming back here just a second. The fans are going high speed. Must be toasty there. It's just fans. Not sure what's going on.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Oh, yes, we're back. Up to 5 on the seismograph already.
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Paul O'Keefe. So the names, I'm not as familiar with the names. I know O'Keefe is the name of the deceased. So this is probably going to be a brother, is my guess. Brother or father. But the names will become more familiar to this as we get further in this. I'd say brother at this point. Just
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Put this one down.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please, sooner
good
rather
afternoon,
than
sir.
later.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K EEFE.
Was that a sigh in there?
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children.
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
Okay. What is your wife's name?
Erin.
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister Kristen. Excuse me, brother John.
And what was sort of the order and age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
We need to talk.
12 years now.
We need to talk, my friend.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John. Did you call him John, or was there a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston Police?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the Sex Offender Registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the Sex Offender Registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away from?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct, Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is older?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children, so my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton, and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton and moved in there with the kids, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and the kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time frame?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
This is a very believable witness.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship is.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
Uh, 2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman Amy that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
Just to be clear for the record, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today? Can you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
No objection. Very familiar with the attorneys.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Miss Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing. Didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now,
I'm oblivious, sorry.
What, if any, sort of...
That's the first time I've actually caught the what, if any.
What if
now it's going to bug me forever.
What, if any, occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed, so they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my two daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that, he wasn't nice to her, or, something to that effect. And I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both? Or
both.
Both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Apparently the...
Ms. Lally, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point?
Yeah.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, we'll see what the instruction is in just a second. All right, sorry about that. Apparently the mouse was covering my face, and I had no idea. But just in my defense, my camera covers my face on my screen, so I can't see myself on the way you see me. So I have to go like that to see myself. Anyway, got a telemarketer, but I figured it wasn't nice to take that phone call during the testimony from family members here. Judge is giving a instruction of some sort. We'll see what it is. See why she inserted it. It was not in response to an objection. Lots of pink. present in the courtroom. Which side is which? What are the colors on this court? Is there a color that specifically is being used to represent a single side? So would pink be for Karen or John? I don't know. But man, heart breaks for the family. Pink support of Karen Reed. The family, what they went through. I mean, losing a sister to cancer rapidly, in a period of 6 months. John taking on the kids, taking over raising the kids, and then John's passing. Your heart breaks for him. I mean, this is just, it's terrible. It's terrible. What's with the EKG machine sound? I think somebody's getting an EKG right now. I think, I don't know. Usually it's the Occam's razor, right? The most likely explanation is actually what's happened. There was a big sigh.
So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resort, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children, is that correct?
They went to Aruba together and didn't see each other?
Do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a new point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
Your nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition or not?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th?
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And as far as did either you, your children, or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know that if you know, did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30-ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me, yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee High School. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back, and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed?
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now, you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said, something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call, and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning, and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you and your brother, was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of
internal bleeding
increase did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother, and at some point you left. Is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things: "Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?"
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize that?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened, or what did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick at that point?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
Now, you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in, as far as weather.
And so then, at some point, You and your vehicle, Miss Robertson, hers, and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
You know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she could come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts in her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice, really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the drive?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning as well?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Miss Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
Okay, so fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at your house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling, or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house, like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
about? Was Miss Roberts still there, or has she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs, into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what, if any, improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock, so is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine. Yes.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
All right, so as they go to lunch, my take on this testimony, first of all, Paul O'Keefe, very believable witness. He's testifying about things he has a lot of experience in. That's his family, about what they've been through, about their relationships, about their ages and things like that. This is stuff that the jury should be believing. When it gets to the point of asking about his personal take on Karen, he says, I liked her. I thought she was great. I thought, didn't have, he had observed some arguments, but that's about it. So good testimony so far. This is all background. A lot of this, getting a family member first on the stand is background for what they're going to go into later. I'm sure that sort of lays the foundation, so who the victim was, right? Who's the family? Who was harmed here? Let's see. I think we're about to come back right here. Waiting for the ceiling fan to go away. There we go. And we're done.
is back in session. You may be seated.
I'm not counting the size from the witness. I think I can.
All right, Mr. Lally, can we have Mr.
But I was
O'Keefe
gonna
again,
count that one.
please?
Yeah, sure.
Witness, please.
I think I can tell the difference between the size from Bev, the judge, and the witness. The witness just has poor mic placement, so he's breathing on the mic. But the judge is actually doing these deep breath things, and we are counting those. Very interesting courtroom. I think it's an
All right,
old one.
whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's another side.
So, Mr. O'Keefe, when you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that defendant Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father.
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did I miss one, Beasley?
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that?
That's the court recorder.
None, really.
She's covering her mouth and she's speaking
And
into it.
as far as
To make it record.
any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got, excuse me, a ring. He had a Ring doorbell, and then a Ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Show you just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be? Photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to may I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. What I'm going to hand you here is a laser pointer. Basically, just click this button here.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen is Exhibit number 2. What are we looking at here?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general point or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, it's not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So which sort of with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
Okay. And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that.
Right under the window.
Thank you. And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother...
Strike.
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
Wow.
As far as your brother was concerned, what, if anything, would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
Okay. And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe that?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the Ring that you observed here.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead you?
Right to the like breezeway door.
Okay. If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, okay. I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, you want to maybe approach?
Yes.
Okay, Get into the ring footage. This will be interesting. I think I've heard that there's some deleted ring footage. We'll see. Or if maybe there might actually be footage. I think we might see it. The breathing on the mic hurts. It does. It's poor mic placement. He's a little too close. I think the mic's more capable than he gives it credit for. So we've got some friends that help out at a 501c3 organization that sends gifts to deployed soldiers overseas, like sends gift packages and care packages and stuff. And there's times when they get stuff that's that they're not able to use, and they literally have to throw away. So they get huge donations, and they have to throw them away. When they're
All right,
just
so Mr.
clearing
Lally,
stuff
you have
out.
something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are 2 discs, one
Yeah, if you
labeled
guys want something, they said
Meadow
tons of
Ave Ring
royalties for
Videos.
Tons. Like
Oh, sorry.
50 pounds of peeps
So
sitting here.
they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
Nope. Okay. So
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
Ooh, mood lighting.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could, just pause that just for a moment.
Ghirardelli Milk Bunnies.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
Taken. This is already.
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know who the 2 people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before you, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you... So, starting with Ms. Reed's vehicle,
the laser pointer?
Where is it in this video that you observed?
It's a weapon.
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to as your vehicle, where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be in the morning, coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within the video?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me it could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Oh no, he didn't recognize his mom. Does look quite cold and snowy. So is this is the Reed's driveway we're looking at?
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have go mark 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway here?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through.
Side door was locked. Missed a side. Are we on 15? I'm hearing wind noise right now.
Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that person?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one to the end.
For those that don't live in snowy areas, it looks like the main thing they're trying to do is get rid of the ice buildup on the windshield wipers.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169. Pause it just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in your testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through. Ms. Gilman, from the same Exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one through. Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same Exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause it right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for a majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, the driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this through with this book. Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185? Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out as sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, do you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether they be PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing sort of the driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of Any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video through.
Oh, I could watch snowblower videos all day long. Snow cone? It's lemon. Speaking of lemon.
Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239.
Ooh, they did a good job cleaning that
What's
driveway.
up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day.
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's
This
house?
is day one, Brooke.
On January 29th.
We're just starting.
Yes.
This is the first witness. So if somebody can explain, I don't understand the orientation. Does the positioning of the cars cause problems for Karen Reed's story about backing her car out and hitting John's car? Or does that work with her story? Because I thought we were going to see video of that happening. There goes a snowplow. Frankenplow just went down the street.
Mr. Koros, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's been marked as exhibit number 1. Recognize that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 1 up on the screen. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge that a little. Thank you very much. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize in it?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it, so.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve your?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Mr. O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
That's a tactical move. It's very, very difficult to cross-examine a family member
1 second, Jody.
of the deceased. It's so easy to step into a trap and maybe have something come back and have a response that really makes you look like a bad person. So I'm sure there was probably a lot of areas you could have gone into.
I'm sorry, Carmel will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
Mrs. R.A. made a like a chicken parmesan asparagus Alfredo type dish, and it tastes heavenly, and I'm eating that for lunch.
I solemnly swear to the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this case.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to Google this one.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe.
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
It'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for work?
Currently, I switch jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs, so how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret.
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3 of them?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul's, 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
And do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now,
excuse me.
At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or?
Just Kaylee.
Just Kaylee. So fair to say she was relatively young at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed, is that correct?
Correct, 6 months later.
Sometime in fall, November 2013?
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kaylee?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you called him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that, that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids sort of assumed that role?
Maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick and Kate?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, about how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
So just for clarity purposes, the record, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify
we may be
where-
skipping
as to
parts
where
of the
she's
trial.
seated, or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
You're on just ask the record
an
reflect
intense
the
look.
identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe himself?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something like that?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed, or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis?
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say, I'm and driving, or she would call me, and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that something, how often would you do that?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that something
Got to
that
step
you
away for just a minute.
communicated
You guys
to
keep
her, or
counting the
she communicated
size
to you in any
from
way?
the judge, so I don't miss any.
Yeah.
I'll be
And
listening and watching on my phone.
yeah, we would
Right back.
say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring you back a little bit further. So, New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our 2 girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated in?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at that time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
Aruba,
and as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba, around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed, the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
That's funny.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Did you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day. So
she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument, and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Tillelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive, and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school, and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th into January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up at that time?
Correct.
Now, on that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
Big Sky,
and,
thank you for the 14 months.
Indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time in January of 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for the bus?
The younger daughter. It was after 3 o'clock.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older daughter?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to that?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus, and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this. With regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league, is that correct?
Town league.
Town league, okay. And did all of you, and by all I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Hey, Jill, did I miss one of the judges' big size?
Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up, and she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that, if you recall?
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regard to the weekend, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that Kevin Costner?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort
Yellowstone
of,
is like
knowing that the snow was coming,
Western
did you have
version
occasion to
of
sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
Breaking Bad.
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
Do you know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgewater?
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th, and if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay, he's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband Paul did?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior, okay. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe, is that
correct?
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they there?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some point, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, you just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time he was leaving?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, "Where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay?" And I called her, and I could hear the phone pick up, and she didn't say hello. I just said, "Karen, what the hell is going on?" And she just yelled back in the phone, "John's dead." And Kerry Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, "No, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him." And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Kerry's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen, and then Kerry was going to pick up my in-laws.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Kerry in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital, and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself, so I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you see further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Kerry had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they had been called in by the doctor?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day...
That objection was hearsay.
Did you have further conversation with the defendant this week?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on, and I kept saying to my husband, "Has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay?" So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad, and they were driving to Dighton.
It's the judge that's breathing in the microphone. The big ones have counted the size.
Did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, "What the hell happened last night?" And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't. Is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as?
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
Now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
Whoa. I don't think I would have trusted an Uber in a snowstorm like that.
Ma'am, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
It looks like they might be discussing whether or not they cross her. I think they can. She's far enough detached from the victim in this case that they
just
can
one last
safely
question,
cross.
ma'am. So, in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
No
All
questions.
right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay, no questions for the family. Matthew, thank you.
Mr.
Enjoy your
Lally, your
meeting.
next witness.
Hope it goes well.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
Okay, first officer called. This is going to be probably first responder, I'm guessing. They usually like to do that in that order. Looks like family is leaving. This would be family of the O'Keefes, I believe, on that side. Which is strange because they're sitting right next to the defense table.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
They probably shuffled, exchanged places.
You can
to make
sit or
room
stand,
for
whatever you want to
family
do.
member of the witness, maybe?
Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Sarif, Saraf, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you would typically patrol?
That's correct.
It was west sector.
It was a yes, no.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming in?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and there was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was it light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time, if you know,
6 a.m.?
how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview Road?
It's pretty close, so a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes, yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time to Fairview?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in Canton?
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview Road?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that turn?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down. It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, you mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
So what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving on?
Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located on?
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay, so you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front of you?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned there was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground, yes.
So you could see the 3 women and you could see a person on the ground.
That's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's hard to hear over the judge's
now,
breathing.
You arrive on scene, and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person a drug user? Does he have an issue with drugs? Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Tried to find.
So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, his carotid.
Sort of his carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did that?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned, was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how is he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that at that point?
I didn't really...
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
Okay, so that differs from the
And
state's
what, if any,
opening.
observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things did you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold, obviously January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees, I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
It was straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay.
And a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to this scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
So you're first to arrive on scene, and then Mullaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
And about how long was it between when Officer Mullaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine?
Yeah, yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, 234 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what, if any, sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Seated at the table right there, in black.
Your Honor, does this record reflect identification done by the witness?
Yes.
Now, after the fire department arrived and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that time?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault, this is my fault, I did this. And she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, he's dead, is he dead, is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper, is it a scream, or is it something in between?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Interesting. It's a little different
now, at some
wording
point,
than what the state said she was saying.
At some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes, and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And
20 feet off the road?
At some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is
And
correct.
where were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. What, if anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what if any footprints or what if any disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Saraf, about how long was it that you were on scene there?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they, what happened, and what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss Reed. You asked her what happened, and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
No.
Let me rephrase.
The answer was yes.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts, I don't believe.
Okay. Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene? You know.
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mulaney was.
So one of the other two officers that were there?
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left the scene?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but...
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
Yes, correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Miss Reed, the defendant, left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
A few milliseconds.
And do you know why?
It's really fast.
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No.
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking with?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, After that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
They have not refreshed any witness's recollection yet.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Even when the witness, this gentleman has said several times that he doesn't recall certain things, probably that might be in his notes, especially considering that the lawyer, the prosecution, is asking him about it. Let's see if they try to refresh recollection here. Or if they just don't need those parts from these witnesses.
And, Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dimmed.
Okay, could we dim them, please?
Your Honor, I'm going to need some mood lighting for this next part.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen. Thank you very much. Now, Officer Sarif, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
It's the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other than there were people in the yard and a body.
Direct your attention to this. So this is just a laser point.
Yep.
I'm trying not to point it at anybody's eyes.
Try not to point it at anybody's eyes.
Button here, if you just click on that.
Because that is actually a felony.
So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when you first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Show us at the pointer.
Further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have another picture?
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. If you could, please enlarge. Thank you.
Embiggen.
Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
How do you know?
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let's see.
It is a very unique courtroom with the wraparound seating.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes.
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
And
correct.
Snowing, right?
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one, Ms. Gilman. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes.
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking about?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 18.
Well, not quite yet. Now we are. All right, let's see where the body is here.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could enlarge that
as far as
just a little bit.
location.
Thank you so much.
Is that a state flag? What's the
So from this
lower flag
photograph,
that's flying?
first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in Exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
Now use
And
your laser.
In regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property if facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're...
Oh, sorry.
You could just describe what you're
He's
seeing.
just pointing all over the place.
There's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first got it?
It's right in this area right here.
Where?
Now, if I could turn back just a moment.
Hold the button down,
When
sir.
you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction, sort of where are you directed? As far as you're driving a vehicle, are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window, a combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of it?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Do you want this?
It was the judge breathing, but it wasn't a huge sigh. I'm not going to count that one. Anyone know what the flag was? That's the
So,
witness.
Officer Sarif, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can reach across. I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Officer, but if I could ask the lights again.
Aziz, lights.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25.
The officer has a very poor view.
And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. So, Officer Sarif, what's up on the screen, is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
He's got his mic, his brakes, his
this
lights,
is
and
you
his
sort of
siren
leaving
running.
from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Fair, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going at, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sorry. Whoops.
I was covering it. Sorry, guys. There it is.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular
Is there anything under the other stuff?
video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, siren, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes.
It's got
We're
GPS
looking in real time, correct?
location
Correct.
as well.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this point.
Let it run. So mic, brakes, lights, and siren on the bottom. Those should indicate when they're in use. Maybe wipers a little more often might be good as well. There we go.
Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So, Officer Sheriff, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead and continue.
Okay, so those mic, brake, lights, and sirens should turn on when, like, they should turn green, like bright green, when they're in use. There's the lights. It's green as it blows through. Wisely not using the brakes very much. It's actually dangerous in the snow. Just gas pedal, that's all you need. Speed is 26 miles per hour. So basically the speed limit.
So this right here is Chapman Street.
No siren, but it's early in the morning. It's a residential area, so he doesn't need to clear the roads of traffic. This road does look plowed as well. Up to 32 miles per hour. Spotlight comes on the left-hand side.
This right here is Fairview.
So you can see that bright spot of light. That's a hand-operated spotlight.
Pause it there for 1 second. So, officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
Spotlight's facing forward right now. Miles an hour, 27, 26, 24.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you to follow.
There's the light.
Right there.
He's looking at mailboxes. Oh, ouch.
Good closet right there. Now, Officer Sarif, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the 3 females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the The females are right there.
So right near the flagpole.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
So police lights were never... Oh, now they're on. Now the lights are on. That was a plow down there, I think. Cross street. We're not going to follow it live, gavel to gavel. This is day one. If you want to follow it live, you've got to go over to like Brandy Churchwell's channel. So the three people that were seen there, the three women, they should be Karen Reed, Mrs. McCabe, and Mrs. Roberts, I believe. Was it Johnston or Roberts?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Got a phone call.
Perhaps you can too. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Ooh, cross.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay. So, jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you, those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with a mid-morning break. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise, please. Jurors.
As they break and they start showing the fan, we're going to cut to that as well. So a couple things. No emotion from Karen Reed. I did notice that. Also, we didn't see while the video was playing, but she had the posture when it did cut to her of possibly not watching it. which, if you can imagine, maybe for a variety of reasons. But yeah, so the size counter, let's turn that off. We're up to 17 on the size counter. That's how many size there have been so far from the judge. And we're talking not just like, something like that. I can't even do it with the guard, but when the judge is like, and you'll hear him. You'll hear him throughout this trial, I think. Yeah, those are the ones we're counting. So good stuff. I'm working in the background. I don't have my replay button yet. Or my keyboard. As a matter of fact, it has not even been released by the manufacturer yet. I've purchased it, but they haven't even sent it to the vendor. But I'm working to learn in the background the commands and how it works and how the stingers get to play and all the fun stuff, so I can
occasion to spend time with or hang out with.
I can play replays. Let's see if I can go back to one. Boom. How do I jump to? So how do I jump to I think it's this one.
Okay. Good morning, Jerry.
Yeah. Anyway, we're working on that, so we're gonna have replays available, so I can just grab sound bites. I'd like to grab all the comparisons and put them back to back. I want to hear things like this. I want to see what did everyone who was on scene at the time say that Karen Reed said. For instance, in this particular witness, Officer Stephen Seraph says she was saying, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. Is he dead?" That was what she was repeating. Other people, I assume, from the state's opening, are going to say that I hit him, is what she was saying. So this is going to be interesting because everyone, I don't think anyone on this scene, their full attention was on Karen Reed. That's their focus. I'm just going to watch and see what she does. Everyone sort of has to remember, because their focus was on John, on the grounds, on treating him, on securing the scene, or all these other things. So they have to remember in the peripheral what happened and what Karen said, or what they think they heard her say. And so we're going to be paying close attention to that as we go through some of these witnesses. We are, if you think that you want to watch the verdict here with us live, let me just burst that bubble right now. We're not going to be live on this one. If you want to watch this live, I highly recommend Brandy Churchwell's channel. She's covering this. She's done an amazing job doing the background. If you need background or you want the details, you say, "Hey, I'm hooked on this. I want more." She has a podcast where she has put together many episodes that will explain a ton about this, not just this court case, the scenario, the relationships, who is who, but some of the stuff that happened pre-trial as well. And so I highly recommend that. But yeah, I'm already watching for inconsistencies, because just in the few witnesses we've heard already, what the state told us we would hear as we sat here as members of the jury, and the state in their opening said that there were 6 inches of snow on his body. And the officer who just arrived on the scene said there was a light dusting. There were 6 inches on the ground. Did I hear that wrong? Little things like that, they stand out a little bit. So we'll see. Probably not covering Adam Montgomery's sentencing on Thursday, Timbers, Ohio, unless, I don't know. We'll check and see. We might talk about it a little bit, but it's not going to be a main focus of what we do. Anyway, I'm going to keep working on my replay system because I have to build stingers. Does anyone here build stingers, by the way, with alpha channels? Is somebody out there, an editor, that can help me build a stinger, like an intro and outro for replay, so that I can, when we're watching court, I can hit a button and replay over on top. It needs like keys and fills and all sorts of stuff. I need help. I need some help. That's what I need. But I need a stinger. I might just get a freebie out there. It's a lot like a swoosh. It's like a swoop. But the stinger is the technical term for the intro and outro. Are we going to cross? I'm invested now. We are going to cross. But it'll be tomorrow. We don't want to catch up. That's the goal. I have no desire to catch up. The people who are following this live day in, day out have done an amazing job, an amazing amount of research, and I don't want to take anything from them. So if you want to watch it live, that's where I'd recommend you go. But But at the same time, this is an incredible trial, and I'm hooked from the get-go. Even the state's intro, the state's opening statements, Mr. Lally, was possibly the most bland presentation I've heard in a long time. Just almost painfully bland. Just matter of fact, stating no emotion, no drama, no artistic. I mean, I don't want artistic, but even like emphasis to accent the points that the jury should draw. It was just like, and then this happened, and this person was there, and this person got in the car, and this person drove them there, and this one, and then they went here. It was very flat, but and it was painful. Honestly, I was like, if they do this for 2 hours, I'm going to gouge the no. But it was flat, but I was still sucked in because the level of detail he had and the timeline that he appeared to have committed to knowledge with a whole host of players, okay, individuals, relationships, all these different names. He knows it like the back of his hands, and so either he's practiced a ton, or he's here's what that says. If he knows that story, he knows the state's theory of what happened. I think there will be some spicy objections. I think it will make him better able to object or counter the points that the defense may try to bring up when they don't fit that narrative. So I'm super excited. I really am. I think so far I have, other than the judge breathing on the mic, I have no opinion of her. I've heard some people like, some people don't like. Some people think that she may be leaning a certain direction. We've seen that in other cases, like the Maya trial. We thought Judge Carroll was definitely leaning towards the hospital. Changed by the end. Maybe this one, the judge could swing back and forth between, where she's leaning as well. But let's see. All right. Anything else? Any questions I can answer? All right. This is a wild case. That I was talking to my wife this morning about this. I'm like, I've never seen a case where before the trial starts, the two sides have such adamant, I'm going to say the word fan base, even though, supporters that are so polarly opposed to the other side. And I realize you can't, say, yeah, I see what Karen Reed's saying, and then say, yeah, but the state makes sense too, because there's so much conflict. You have to accept the evidence either one way or another. There's one point we're gonna hear about a search that happened on the phone. They talked about it. Both talked about it. How's long to die in the cold. There's conflicting evidence as to when that even happened. So there's some point where we're gonna have to as jurors accept certain evidence as true. And as this case goes on, I imagine it will be easier for us to relate to one side or the other, or to accept evidence or see it in the light of the narrative that the side that we're supporting is in. So it's gonna be a fascinating case. We're going to say we're trying not to get spoilers from you guys. Obviously, there will be spoilers. If you're planning on watching this whole thing and hope that no one will tell you what the verdict is over the 9 days between when it happens and when we hear it, it's not going to happen. So we don't want somebody to come in and just like blurt out all the spoilers for everything. Nobody likes that. That's no fun. So please don't do that. But at the same time, if there's something that pops up, or questions where somebody accidentally lets something slide, it's going to happen. We just have to expect that in this case. We're so far. I mean, can we just see the cross? Says Cass. Can we just see the cross? Officer Steven Seraf. This is witness number 3. Witness number 3, day 2. Bug Duggar, that is great news. Thanks for sharing that and updating us on how the recovery is going. Wish you both the best in that. All right, whoever has the bigger Reddit base is not my side, says Greeners. You're not a Reddit fan, the Greeners. Maybe Red Pen is more of a Reddit fan, and Greeners would be more of a green. What's a green social media? Red Pen, I don't think you're a Reddit fan either, but. No spoilers, just asking if we're still watching today. Maggie, our goal is to not catch up. as we go along, they may take days off in court where we don't. So we may get closer to the actual schedule. We might, I don't know, do something crazy like go live on a holiday. So we might catch up. We could catch up, but I don't want to do that, and I've told you my reasons. It's the same reasons I wasn't going to talk about this one at all, just out of respect for some of the channels that are covering this and the great work and research they've done. I don't want to draw anything away from that, but I do want to learn. I want to sit here as a member of the jury and watch this. I'm already starting to understand some of the players and the names and who's who, and I realize there's a million more that are coming, and the relationships and the intrigue and the who texted who when and who knew who when. I've heard all sorts of things about impeachment that happens in this trial with multiple witnesses, and I'm excited for that, to hear, as the evidence comes in and I start, accepting certain bits from different witnesses, if those witnesses are later impeached, that's going to be fascinating to adjust to. But man, that's really cool. All right, let's see. Anything else? It's a wild ride. I didn't want to get sucked in, but it happened. It did. Let's see. I see Daybell is on break right now. Let's see what else. Oh, they're on lunch. Okay. Good. Daybell's on lunch. We are, because this court case, can somebody tell me the schedule? The judge said tomorrow, which is going to be our day 2, is a half day, so it's a short day in trial, 3.5 maybe hours. I'm thinking. We're gonna try to start a little bit early. I keep saying 8:30. I'm honestly gonna try to start 8:30 tomorrow. Tuesday and Thursday are half days. Okay, that helps. I think we're still gonna do that, and then plan to probably court hop for the rest of the day, or maybe briefly in the morning. I'm not sure. I'd rather do Karen Reed first thing in the day, and then court hop if we need to. Tuesday, Thursday, half days out by 1 p.m. I want that schedule. I mean, I guess we could, technically, when we follow a court like this. Tisha, sure, 8:30, right? Yeah. 9 to 5, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Half days, 9 to 1, Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, this will be a little confusing because we are, day 1 was our Tuesday. So we'll basically just have to pay attention to what the judge says we're going to do tomorrow. Meaning whatever day she says tomorrow is going to be, it's just complicated. Last Wednesday they weren't in court, so we'll probably catch up one day because we're gonna try to stay consistent following this. And I think we've got enough of a buffer that we'll catch up. I know they had a jury view. That might have been why they weren't in court. So we're going to be one day closer. What day are they on today? Is it 9? Last Friday was the view. If I could have help from the mods, I really need to not catch up. Or they're on day 6. Oh man, I thought for some reason they were on day 9. Okay, we need to not catch up. That's our goal. Don't catch up. Today was day 5011, says Emily. It feels like that sometimes. Some trials just go forever. Amber, thank you very much. Love it. Just take a week off, then come back for day 2. I could, but I don't have like the looming bathroom project to be working on anymore. Actually, I have to install the sink, but it's like ready to just put together and turn the knob and it works. So we can watch on 0.5 speed. Tisha, loving these suggestions. Can you imagine the judge doing a soul leaving her body sigh at 0.5 speed? It'll be like, it would be terrible. It would be terrible. Oh man, that's awesome. All right, so I'm super excited about the replay. I know you guys. You guys might not be as excited as I am, but this little replay tool is super, super powerful. I actually have another monitor it's right down here. I need another screen so that I can plug it into the computer that's down here, the Mac Studio, so that I can have one screen that's dedicated, what they call a clean feed, a clean output for replay so that I can play that out, and then another screen that I can monitor and do my editing on for assembling the replays. So, Donna, can you imagine what court would you want to watch on 0.5 speed? Can you think of any? I mean, is there somebody who talks so fast, whether it be a judge, a lawyer, witness, who would we need to slow down to half speed just to be able to comprehend what was happening? The judge on Thami. Imagine Murdaugh at 0.5. Poot, Harpootlian? No. Tommy Randolph Judge was a fast talker. I'm trying to remember. I remember the case. Watching the reenactments on half speed, that would be terrible. I don't remember the judge, how fast he was. Peter Tragos can be played at 0.5. He can get excited. I love that. Daryl Brooks staring at the judge. Oh, the Speedy Reader. Was she the one from like Honduras or what country was she from? And she had a beautiful accent. I don't remember where she was. I am the epitome of "you give a mouse a cookie." Great book, by the way. We have that one. Jamaica. Yes, I loved her accent. She was the Tommy Randolph judge. Why can I not remember this? That was the beautiful, fast-talking judge. No, in the Georgia judge with the accent from Hannah Payne. She wasn't as easy to listen to, the Georgia judge for me, the Hannah Payne. No, not her. I'm thinking Hannah Gutierrez, not Hannah Payne. Hannah Payne was the road rage shooting. Yeah, I need flashcards. I do. Let me tell you, we have built a thumbnail for this trial, and I've thrown some stuff in here, but please don't think that it needs to be the way I've made it. So let me share this one more time. Just 1 second. Let's copy the link. We have a collaborative effort that goes on these thumbnails. So we ask everyone to please be respectful of the design, but at the same time, feel free to make suggestions. There is a chat box on the side, but that Canva link will pull up. Let's see if I can show you over here. Okay, I've got a spam call. Hang on. Come on. Let me answer this one. Hello? Hello?
Hi, my name is Greg, calling you from American Solar. How are you today?
Good, Greg.
Okay. What I would like to do is tell you a little about the solar program, the benefits, tax rebates, and grants from the government that typically mean going solar is absolutely free for most people. Are you still paying over $100 for your electric bill?
Way more, yes.
I understand you are the homeowner of a single-family regular house, right?
Yes.
That's pretty much all the information I needed now. I will transfer this call real quick to my supervisor. He is going to quickly verify this information just to make sure we are not making any clerical mistakes. Please stay on the line.
Thank you, Computer Greg.
Yeah, hey, thanks for connecting. This is Alex with Tate Solar on a recorded line. How are you?
Hey, Alex. I'm doing good.
That's great. Basically, we are just providing you some information about the latest rebate on solar energy to lower down the money on your electricity bill. So I believe you own a home, right?
I do.
Your electricity bill on average is more than $100 a month, right?
Way more, unfortunately.
Oh, That's right, sir. And you do pay your bills on time, which means you have a good credit score, like 640 points or more, right?
I'm in the mid 700s.
Oh, that's very high, sir. And you do pay your bills on time, which means you have a good credit score. That's fine. And the name of your electric provider, are you with
Duke Energy.
ENT? Okay, that's fine. And your zip code is 28513.
Yes.
And you are homeowner at 370.
Yes. I think that's it. Yes.
Oh, he's in jail right now. And what is your first and last name, sir? Your good name?
I go by RA. That's everyone knows me by RA.
Oh, why do you want to create a
Why did he hang up? What did I do wrong? My good name? Nice reflex. Yeah, he was going to give out my address. So he knows who RA is. He's got like, yeah, if somebody says they're RA, hang up. Hang up because you're RA. I'm on a list. I hadn't even got to the lunar panels. I was about to... Maybe he needs more opposition in his phone call. Anyway, where are we at? Let me show you where we are here on this. On the thumbnail, it's right here. Let me get rid of that. What we have on our thumbnail so far is just a couple things. We have a street. We have a dog. We have the Death Star because the judge breathes like she's Darth Vader into the mic. Objection. Okay. We have I believe the car's representing Karen Reed's SUV, which has donuts for wheels because she goes to Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast. And that's cool. The dog, was it Josie? What was the dog? We need a random shoe. Iced up windshields. We have the snow plow. Just a regular street. This is what we've got so far. We do have a few things down here in the suggestion area, like some notes and some other buildings and donuts and a garage. So if you do join, and I did share the link already, if you do join and choose to participate, it might be best instead of going in and just changing the flagpole. That's going to look great. Instead of just going in and changing, unless you know what you're doing on the thumbnail. It might be best to import things onto the second page down here by going over to the Elements tab and searching. So say you need a shoe, right? So we say shoe. And if you do a search and you say, oh, I like this shoe, but it has this little mark, like a little crown in the corner, go ahead and just add the shoe, but we'll have a watermark on it and just say, hey, can you import this image without the watermark? And so I can add it and it won't have the watermark. And I can say, oh, here's the shoe. We're going to go ahead and drag that up to, a shoe in the snow. I think there might already be one, but, and we'll resize it and put it where it belongs. Spin it around, all that. There's a flag. But anyway, I'll delete this shoe because I don't know which one you guys want. Black shoe. It needs to be black shoe. It needs, the nope flag, says Kaz. We need a nope flag. A fire hydrant. Donuts for tires. Yes, the thumbnail itself, I'm a visual person, right? I'm a visual learner, and I oftentimes will forget some of the facts that have been presented in the case, things that have happened that are important. We're not doing this to make fun of anything or mock the situation, but for me, when I see this and I see the dog, I'm like, oh yeah, there was a dog, there was a German Shepherd, possibly involved in the attack, according to the defense. So the dog's there. That reminds me of that. The snowplow, the donuts. I remember that Karen Reed was, there was an argument apparently that, they were upset that Karen had taken the daughter, the adopted daughter, I think it was, to Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast. So that reminds me of that. So it doesn't have to be like the body was right here or the flag. As a matter of fact, we'd actually prefer that there aren't any bodies shown in this. We like to have respect for the victims that way. But if there's a fact that is brought up in trial, sort of a unique and sometimes obscure method of representing that here would be appropriate. So obviously things have happened in the real trial. Like Kelly May says, red Solo cups. Red Solo cups are going to be a part of this trial eventually, but we're not there yet. So when it happens here, we'll add it. And then as the case goes on, our thumbnail for the trial will be updated, and this image will just continue to be, to be updated and changed. So as the case goes on from day 1 through week 8, this image will become more and more busy, and it can change. Like if you guys don't like the trees in the background or something else, if you want to go to work and change that, let's do it. So, hey, look at this. Nurse for God, member for 12 months. Woohoo, 1 whole year. That is awesome. Nurse for God, thank you. Thank you so much. Great supporter of the channel. I appreciate you very much. Congratulations on the Orange Courthouse. We need the snow blower on there. We'll have to, security camera. Stop making suggestions for things we haven't heard in day 1. Yeah, this is hard for people who are watching it on multiple channels. But we'll try to keep the edits on the thumbnail to match our timeline. That way, the thumbnail will develop as the case goes on. Let's see. Happy Nurses Week. Hey, that's awesome. Happy Nurses Week. Security camera was today. It was. We got the ring camera footage, the snowblower in the driveway, all that. I just missed a call, I think. Not sure why I'm not getting the calls. Let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, try not to give any spoilers. That would be great. We'll find out things together. And if you've got questions from before and we go through it again and it doesn't make sense, just let us know. I'll try to learn about it or answer the question here. There may be some testimony that we decide just to skip through or to watch faster, but it's not going to be to catch up. It's just going to be just because we can. We're not live. I mean, I'm live, but we're not tied to the actual production speed of court. Is there a place to put the big sigh? How best do we represent that? What, if anything, are you counting this time? We have a seismograph. If you look at this, let's see. No, this is a funny image. It's not this is just my, we have seismograph, which looks right here. Seismograph. That's what we're counting. We're up to 17, and it's the number of times the judge just lets out just like a full lung of, into the microphone. And 17 times so far is what we're up to on day 1. And we skipped all her intro. We picked up right with the opening statements. The sighs hanging in air over the whole town. And maybe it might use a different word, like a variation of the word size, right? Like S-I-Z-E instead of S-I-G-H-Q-R-T-U-V-W-X-Y-Z. Sharon McDonald says, wow, 15 months. Thank you, Scott, for everything you do. We all appreciate you. Sharon, thank you. Absolutely fantastic mod. Appreciate all you do for us as well. Sometimes it's Lally that sighs. I'm trying to listen for just Bev, when it's just the judge. That's what we're going for. Maybe an actual seismograph. Yes, that's also a good choice. Brandy's counting the what if any's from Lally, and we're up to like 460. Her counter finger is going to be so sore. Oh, that's funny. Sweet 16 from Thomas. Congratulations, Thomas. Good friend and podcast partner and fantastic mod on the channel as well. Congratulations, Thomas, and thank you. Thank you. Anyway, tomorrow we're going to have the cross-examination of witness number 3, who was Officer Seraph. I'm keeping notes here so we can try to keep everything straight. This was day 1. Day 1. Oops, day exclamation point. There we go, day 1. And then we're going to have day 2 tomorrow. I'm curious what what from the opening statements that you heard, either from prosecution or from the state, is that bit you're like, hey, I have to hear more about that. That's something that might help me form my opinion. What was the one thing? Libby, we're covering KR delayed. Like we did day 1 today, and we plan on staying delayed. So we're not gonna. I don't want to compete with those they're covering it live. I'm keeping notes, as he says, as he types out said notes. Right here, I'm keeping notes. Windshield wipers. Funny story, Karate Cat Mom. This morning, I fixed the windshield wipers on my wife's car because apparently my kids thought that the windshield wiper was a good place to stand to climb up the windshield onto the hood of the car, or the trunk, the top of the car, which I don't think is a good idea anytime. But in doing so, they stepped on that wiper arm, and it knocked the little nut loose that holds it in place. And so mid morning, it's all foggy in the morning, so I'm driving around. One wiper was going, the other one's like halfway going and going down. Then it would go the whole way. So yeah. So we've talked to the kids. We've said don't get on the car again, or we'll use it to drive you to the adoption agency. And no, just kidding. But yeah. So hopefully they fix that. I'm just excited. It's. I feel like. Let's see. If you watched Brian on the podcast last week, he was saying that he just, after he completes a project, you just feel like, I did this, with my own hands. I did this. I got that feel after I fixed the windshield wiper. And it was like, I fixed that myself. Didn't have to take it to a shop and pay anybody anything. I just took it apart and tightened things down and made it work. It was wonderful that way. All right, just came over from watching live with EDB and starting his replay crew. I couldn't miss in this community. Hi to all addicts. I gotta thank you very much. We are going to be recapping Karen Reed delayed. So we did day 1 today. We had opening statements, and the first 3 witnesses took the stand. 1 witness is still on the stand. So day 2, we're going to start that tomorrow. I think what I want to do is court hop in the morning and then do Karen Reed in the afternoon. The reason why, there are a lot of people who want to follow live and then also might want to watch with us as we recap, and they get to relive and sort of see other people's reactions the first time something big happens in the court that they saw previously. So maybe that would be the best method to do that, with the court often taking half days, so people can join us that way. So that's my thought right now. Tomorrow's Wednesday, and will be a full day for regular viewers. It will be a half day for us. Hey, you're doing it for me, says Tisha. So some days, 2 days a week, the regular viewers will get to come join us in the afternoon. Courtney, that's awesome. I appreciate everyone who's supporting Brandy in this. She has done a ton of work on this, and I mean, she'll tell you it's a ton of work, but I don't think she puts into words the amount of effort that it takes. Not just doing the research that she does and building the charts and tracking things and comparing and going back and forth, but just the production side of making a podcast, the production side of doing a live stream and connecting everything. It is a ton of work, and she doesn't have the benefit of having a full-time team that can do the production for her. So she's doing most of it on her own, and she has been killing it, as Goshma says. So super excited for her. Plus, she passed 20,000 subscribers. I think she's close to 21,000 now. She's just booming. Let me take a quick peek over there. B button doesn't work. Brandy Churchwell. Let's see where she's at. Yep, she's at 20,600. So just 400 away from 21,000. She's definitely going to get there very soon. We will get to all the spicy stuff. I realize we're going to be behind, and probably people are going to spoil it a little bit. Spoiler: last night was Taser night at the Academy. Lips are sealed, says Thomas. Yes, it was Taser Night, and Tornado Alley went nuts at the same time, Thomas. So I realize you were conflicted in that, but can't wait to hear about both of them possibly on the podcast on Thursday night. Let's see. I miss y'all so much as I watch with Melanie Little. I'll be glad to be together again. Gail, that's awesome. Love Melanie as well. She does a great job. I've said this before. I love the variety that's available to all of us in this little corner of the internet. I know that a portion of it is LawTube, that literally is lawyers on YouTube. We are LawTube adjacent because I'm not a lawyer. And there's a lot of us that are LawTube adjacent as well. And the variety you can get as far as commentary, as far as experience, whether you want to see it from a prosecutor's perspective and watch with Emily D. Baker, or whether you want to, watch from a family law perspective, or, you've got, Peter Tragos, you've got Rob from Law and Lumber, you've got on civil law, you've got all these different people that can look at the same case, the same court record and the same video and give you a different take and a different spin and a different analysis. I love it. I love it. Honestly, if you had to hire people, like if you had to pay people to do this, it would cost you a fortune. First of all, lawyers are really expensive. Some of us are cheap, but lawyers are very expensive. So anyway, it's awesome. I love that mostly, yeah. You want a Canadian perspective? We've got Ian. Runkle's recaps and rants as well. We've got Rob's rants. Anyway, the available commentary is so diverse and so unique and so much fun. And I love that so many of us are able to work well together, even though we're all basically occupying the same sort of genre. It is the best. It's the best corner of YouTube, and it has the best community of people who watch it as well. So wonderful. Rob's rants. There we go. Yep. Gail, also 14 months. Congratulations, Gail. Thank you so much. Wouldn't be the same without you. 14 months. Yay. Love that orange courthouse. Lovely alliteration. I try, Reverend Beasy. Ever since I've started my rapping career, I've been thinking about my words a little closer. I still make up new words that don't exist, as Red Pen will tell you. But all right. Let's see. Anything else to do today? Jake Hollow, thank you very much. That's very kind words. There are so many. You guys have introduced me to so many great YouTubers, as well as so many great just viewers. The community members that are just incredible, insightful. There are so many of you. Honestly, there are so many of you that have a level of insight and analysis and wit that I think you are so much better at what I do than I am. It seems strange that I'm in this seat and you're on that one, but honestly, there's so many of you that I think have incredible gifts and abilities to really connect the dots, whether it be intellectually or analysis or wit. Love it, and we get the best of everything all mixed together here in a friendly environment where even though we can be on different sides of an issue, we can still be friends at the end of the day, which is awesome. All right, that being said, it's only 2:30. It's only 2:30. Is anybody working today as far as courts go? Let's see. Let's see if we've got any of our favorites who are up and about. Looks like Cedric Simpson might be doing preliminary examination docket. Let's see what he's doing really quickly. Whatever he's doing, it's private, so we can't see right now. Let's see how long he's been in private mode. For a few minutes. Let's go back and see what we missed. Just a bit, see what's happening in his court. There we go.
Hey, District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. You may be seated.
Rambling is a gift. Rambling is a gift.
And
I'm sorry.
Andrews.
Yes.
That hat has a serious
Right.
curl to it. The brim of that hat.
And Corporal Andrews, how are you, sir?
I don't think I've ever seen one like that.
Hey, good afternoon, Judge. See ya.
All right, if you could raise your right hand.
I think he
Do you
tied it
solemnly
around
swear
a ping pong ball.
or
to get
affirm that the
curve.
information contained in the search warrant and affidavit is true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do, sir.
All right, very good. I'll sign off on this and we'll get this right back over to you. All right, thank you. Stay safe out there, please.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the time.
A quick warrant? Is that what just happened?
Murray, when you're ready.
Okay.
Judge just signed a warrant?
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Melissa, 6 months, Yellow Courthouse. Thank you for the
Court does call the
Thank you
case
so much.
of the people of the state of Michigan versus LaPortia Murray.
Yeah, I think good afternoon, Jonathan. It's on behalf of people consultated with first assistant prosecutor.
All right.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with on behalf of Ms. Murray, present.
All right, very good. All right, thank you. You may be seated.
Your Honor, I would ask for a sequestration order of number of witnesses.
Sequestration.
All right. Witnesses are hereby ordered sequestered and asked not to discuss any testimony that they have given with any of the other witnesses yet to testify.
Your Honor, just a moment. This is appreciated.
Everyone's pointing at somebody in the gallery.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I motion to waive the opening argument. Objection.
Well, I'm here for a prelim. I usually don't have opening. There's no reason to respond. You may call your first witness.
If you are, this time we call Dr. Randy Fishy.
All right, sir, please come forward, doctor, and to be sworn.
The judge's like, we don't do openings here. Just start with your witnesses. Let me hear the actual testimony. I don't want to hear you grandstand. Sweet tap, 4 months in a row, catching gifted memberships.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It's wonderful.
Take seats. Please state and spell your name for the record, please.
Randy Costian, R-A-N-D-Y, last name is spelled T-A-S-H-J-I-N.
K-I-O-N. You may inquire.
Yeah, thank you. Before I begin my inquiry, just there's 14 exhibits that I plan on introducing through Dr. Tishy, and just so the court is aware, I want to be where appropriate, I have appropriately redacted parts of the child's body, so that it's
Okay.
those are redactions that I've made.
So this is far enough on this one.
Have you seen the redactions?
I haven't seen the redactions, but okay.
So we're probably not going to follow this one. Don't know what kind of case this is, but it doesn't seem like it's one that we would normally follow. Let's go back here, see if they came back. Nope, they didn't come back. Skipping forward, eek. It says AZTCS. Let's see. I just saw a tweet that came through from the docket, which reminded me. Which is good. The audio was bad there anyway. The Micah Miller situation. I know other streamers have been down. Other YouTubers in this sort of genre have been down, sort of looking into that on the ground, and one of them captured a process server serving papers to the pastor yesterday, live. Like he was there in front of the house as the process server came up, and the process server said, I believe he said that it was a civil, possibly a civil suit, and in relation to Micah, which is interesting, very interesting as far as that goes on. We were also expecting a little more update because the information that was released from the Robertson County yesterday regarding the Micah death investigation was quite limited and not in an official form. We heard at one point that there was going to be a proper media release, and the sheriff's office debunked that and said instead they're just meeting with the family. And the family was supposed to meet with the sheriff's office this morning, possibly to hear the 911 call that was made leading up to this. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, so if you guys hear anything in that case, obviously I say case, but it's a news story right now. There's no case yet. So let me know. Pilo's mom. After 50 months of following RA, Grizzly, Brandy, etc., the boss said no more earbuds. What? I was ready to quit my job, but I have a mortgage. Oh, man. Let him know. Productivity is just, going to go down. Just going to go down. No, I'm sorry about that. I've loved working in places where I get to sort of have some background audio that helps the time go by as I'm working. Also breaking news today, if you didn't see the trial for Richard Allen, the Delphi trial, or Delphi, depending on how you say it, got pushed out to October of this year. So way till fall instead of summer. Let's see. My eye on Judge Fink. He streams in Courtroom 4 when he has stuff going on. Watched on the other day. Let's see. Waiting on my boss to say the same thing. Depending on if you say it correctly. I don't say it correctly. Usually my first and second attempt are wrong when it comes to pronunciation. Okay, where's my remote? Okay. Storm chasers are out and about. Brandon Kopic, I see him out. Daybell's in a break right now. Let's see. Thurston County is up. What's up in Thurston County? Let's pop in just briefly on Thurston County.
I've been unable to locate him. I believe that my concern is that he may be inpatient at this time, and we're just unable to locate him. And so we're requesting that the FTA noted for today.
Mr. Sharp?
Well, that sounds pretty concerning if his father and his DOC officer can't find him either. Somebody should know where he is if he's in treatment. So he's moving to revoke probation based on no proof of chemical dependency treatment compliance. City is requesting a warrant. I see one active warrant in another jurisdiction. There's previously been a warrant on this case requesting 1,500.
Right.
We'd be happy to review this if somebody finds that he is inpatient. We could ex parte address it.
Yeah, without any information about where he is, we'll just issue a warrant, $1,500.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, and then the last case on the calendar is Mr. Goontang, and we're waiting for Mr. Swenson.
Your Honor, may I be excused?
Yeah, does that do it for you then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, see you next time.
I guess, Your Honor. Have a good day.
A bright white background is so painful on the eyes in Zoom. For me, it's the equivalent of typing in all caps in chat. It's like, how can I make this experience more painful for someone else than I currently am? Anyway,
is Mr. Guntang the last matter, Your Honor?
He is. Yeah, he's not back in the courtroom yet.
Okay.
Mr. Guntang, is he following Mr. Farag? Okay, so when he says back in the courtroom, that means he was in the courtroom previously, right? You've got 4 people just sitting there waiting for somebody to show up. the last matter of the day, maybe, or of this hour. So he was here before, and now he should be back, but he's not. Clickety, clickety, click, click, click. That blurred background that you see with Aaron Swenson, that's done just from a computer monitor. It's done actually using, just AI. Basically, the computer is analyzing what's in the foreground, what's in the background, and it blurs the background. You can actually get the same effect by buying a nice camera that has a, mine has an f1.4 that you can adjust and narrow the depth of field. Bokeh. You can narrow the depth of field so that depth of field is that part of the picture as far as distance from the camera. It's a slot of that distance from the camera that's in focus. So right now I'm in focus a little bit, but I could make myself blurry and have. Let's see, I'm the wrong way. Let's go the other direction. Okay, so here I'm blurry, but my hand would be in focus up close up front. So the depth of field is very narrow. It's up here, but back here it's blurry. So computers do a poor job at it, but you can do it with equipment a little bit better. Judge, how long do you plan on waiting? They just kick us off. They're like, all right, take us offline. Take us offline, says the judge. Just like that. All right. Well, let's see if anybody else is live in Thurston County. Thurston County Courts. Court 2 is live. Oh, that's where we were right now.
So I need some time.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
No objection with the waiver, Your Honor.
All right. So currently we're set for trial on the 15th.
Only giving us day one of KR
How
trial.
long of a continuance do you think you need, Mr. Swenson?
I don't think it needs to be too long. 30 days, you know, would be good.
Okay.
30 days. It's like going to an auto show where
You
the
want to
vehicle
go to
is
June
locked.
26th?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that works.
All right. And June 18th for confirmation? Well, we have a little flexibility. He doesn't need to be on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Bokeh is pronounced bouquet. Bouquet. You went with bouquet. I like bokeh. I've always liked bokeh.
Okay. June 18th at 9 for confirmation. All right. So, Mr. Guntang, your trial on May 15th is canceled. You don't have to be here for that. And then the next court date we have with you will be June 18th. And the clerk will give you a written reminder to take with you. Candace, did you get his updated phone number? Okay, good. We'll update your phone number, so we'll send you text reminders about your court date too.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have one question. Can I take this as a Zoom?
Can you do this on Zoom?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Because I live in Arizona now. I just fly back here just to do this.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, you can.
back
You
to
will
Arizona
need
to
to be
go to
here for
court.
your trial. You can talk to Mr. Swenson about this. Confirmation and pre-trial hearings, you can be here on Zoom.
Gotcha.
But for your trial, you'd need to be here in person.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He flew back for a pre-trial hearing.
There you go.
From
And
Arizona.
Your notice is all ready.
And Your Honor, before we
For 5 minutes.
adjourn, if I could recall the Jaquan Fernandez matter.
Fernandez.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get back to that.
Oh, I know.
We'll,
Bouquet. But there are some words that I just like to pronounce wrong. And that's one of them. I'm going to say Boca. No, pronounce facetious.
Yep, you're welcome.
Pronounce facetious.
Okay, so you want to go back on Fernandez on the 10 o'clock calendar?
Yeah, thanks for having my back.
Yes, Your Honor. I know, I don't know if the record was made. He does have trial confirmation in another case in Lacey on May 21st at 9 a.m. I know he's been pretty consistent at appearing on Zoom in his cases. I suspect maybe there was some confusion, but I'd ask the court to consider noting the FTA and not issuing the warrant. I see that a warrant was issued in this case.
Hold it.
All right, let's see. Is next,
Okay,
missing that, I don't see it.
We have a couple photographers in
Oh,
chat.
here it is, May 21st at 9 a.m.
Amongst
Yeah, we can
just
back
the
this
photographers.
case up to that.
Boca or Bouquet?
I'm
You know what,
still
Your Honor?
striking panel.
I apologize. I apologize for interrupting. He's actually in Thurston County Correctional Facility on his pending felony.
Oh, so do you want to just set him for an in custody calendar then?
Yes, I will get him added to an in custody later this week.
Okay. Yeah, just let the in custody clerk know then. So strike that warrant order then, Candace.
It might be easier just to.
Okay. Candace can do it for you.
She can move it on? Or
Yeah, what date would you prefer?
if we could put him on Friday, that would be my preference.
No objection here.
Okay. All right, then we'll just
Reverend Beasley.
strike that warrant and hear him on Friday.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Now Thurston's done. I've got 2 votes against me. Boca is mouth in Spanish, says Abby. 2 votes against me as far as that. Bouquet. I mean, you asked for photographer input. Yes, I did. Police chase. Are you volunteering as tribute, or are you saying there is one right now? And where? And do we want to get demonetized really quickly? Every single police chase demonetizes us. I don't know why. What does YouTube have against police chases? Looks like he was already taken into custody. Let's see if we back up a little bit. Yeah, they've got him back against the wall right now. So against the wall and spread them. That's where they're at. So let's just watch it in reverse, says Greeners. Just Googled it. Bouquet. Stu is a copyright fiend. Stu is one of the amazing announcers on Police Chases. Love his voice. The only voice I like better on Police Chases is whoever this one is.
This police unit is trying to box him in, but instead he just crashes into the tree.
That's my favorite one. I think Judge Boyd has a case right now. I was hesitant to jump over without knowing what it is. Just one second. Judge Stephanie Boyd.
Oh, you don't want to say anything?
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
I think she's about
All
done
right.
for the
So
day,
this is where we are. Where we are is you continue to pick up cases, right? And I know there are some underlying issues as it relates to those cases. So you're going to have a choice. People always say that probation in this court is very difficult, but I don't do cookie cutter conditions of probation. Hopefully the conditions I'm setting for you are designed for you to change your ways and for us not to see you anymore. So if you would like, I can sentence you to 3 years in the prison, or I can place you on probation, but what's going to end up happening is you're going to remain in custody. You're going to have a review with the DDRF. And if DDRF doesn't accept you, you're going to safety. So those are your choices.
Orange means no trouble.
Well, I mean, your attorney's saying program for you, but here's the thing. You know yourself better than I know you, better than your attorney knows you. You know whether or not you can successfully complete probation. What I'm telling you is people say that probation in this court is difficult, but the conditions that I give you hopefully are conditions that can help you rehabilitate yourself and become a citizen.
Yes, sir.
And an upstanding citizen. You understand? So the question becomes whether or not you want to do prison or whether or not you want to have treatment. Either way, you're going to be in custody.
Can you give us just a minute?
Sure.
30.
And Mr. DeLeon.
30 minutes.
Norma, Michael's available for that.
The lawyer obviously is going to push him for the program, but what the judge is saying is because you just keep picking up charges, it may be better for you to be in jail for 3 years. Take the prison sentence of 3 years, and then be done with it. At least you won't pick up any charges. Does look like the handbag is sprouting flowers abundantly. Looks beautiful. I've never seen the same handbag twice in her court. I don't know what she has as far as houses to hold handbags, but she's got a lot. I think he's going to take the program.
And we're off the record while they discuss.
Yeah. Don't.
Mahia, there's always long discussions on whether you want treatment, prison time. Have y'all finished your discussion?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay, we're back.
All right, we're going to go back on the record.
Program.
Okay. All right, so this is what the court will do. The court is going to sentence you to 4 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 6 years. There is going to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. The UA hotline upon release. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Probation, do you think felony drug court would accept him?
Did she say 40 years?
All right, so first, a referral to felony drug court. If not accepted, then he can remain in custody for DDRF. And then if not accepted to DDRF, then it'll be SafeP. And if he's not accepted to felony drug court when he's released from custody, then it's going to be 90 sober meetings in 90 days. Field visits, 1 time per month for 4 months. And the CATS theft course 1 and 2. Probation, is there anything else he needs? All right. Yes. Defendant is to remain in custody. For all evaluations. Do you have any children?
Yes, fine.
What are their ages?
They already graduated.
All right. And there's going to be 200 hours of community service restitution. And those hours will be not waived. How far did you go in school?
Tonight.
All right. So what type of employment have you had in the past?
I get benefits every month.
Benefits for what?
Social Security.
I mean, why? Why is Social Security giving you funds?
Mental.
Okay. All right. 200 hours, but he says he's receiving Social Security. So proof of employment within 30 days of release or proof of SSI within 30 days of release. And there's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. And we're also going to have to do, if DDRF doesn't pan out, then it's going to have to be MIC or either referral for Center for Healthcare Services.
Okay, guys, we're gonna bail on this one really quickly. We've got the update from about an hour ago from the Robertson County Sheriff's Office on the Micah Miller situation, and it's quite detailed in that. So let me jump on this really quickly and bring you over to a Facebook post from the Robertson County Sheriff's Office. Robertson County is the sheriff's office that covers the area where Micah Miller was discovered, where they released the cause of death being self-inflicted. Let me read you this message here. Media release Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. That's today. A death investigation that has tugged on the hearts of the people across the nation has been ruled a suicide. The decision was based on surveillance footage, interviews, physical evidence, and the examination of North Carolina Medical Examiner's Office. On Saturday, April 27th at approximately 2:54 p.m., Robertson County E911 Communications Center received a 911 call from a female. The caller asked the dispatcher if her phone could be located because she was going to end her life and wanted her family to be able to find her body. During the conversation with the dispatcher, the caller hung up the phone and the dispatcher was unable to contact the caller. The dispatcher was able to find the location of the caller and dispatched a deputy to the location. The deputies contacted the Lumber River State Park superintendent upon their arrival at the Lumber River State Park in Orem, North Carolina. The deputies and state park rangers conducted a search of the area for the victim. The search was aided by Robertson County Sheriff's Office drone. During the investigation, a black Honda Accord with a South Carolina registration was located in the parking lot at the state park. The investigators confirmed that the vehicle belonged to Micah Miller, 30, of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Investigators located a Sig Sauer gun case in the passenger seat of the vehicle and a box of ammunition in the center console of the vehicle. Investigators also found a receipt for the Sig Sauer handgun from a pawn shop and a receipt from a convenience store in the vehicle. Both receipts were dated for the same day of Miller's death, April 27th. During the search of the park for the 911 caller, investigators were approached by an individual who had found a bag near the water edge with an identification belonging to Miller. The individual stated that he heard someone crying and a gunshot while he was fishing. Law enforcement continued to search, and E911 received a call from an individual who stated that a body was located in the water. Law enforcement responded to the location and contacted the North Carolina Medical Examiner's Office upon locating the deceased. The victim was identified as Micah Miller. A Sig Sauer 9mm handgun was located in the water at the crime scene during the search of the area. The serial number on the weapon matched the gun box that was found in Miller's Honda Accord. During the investigation, Miller's phone and other personal belongings were located. A search of Miller's phone revealed that she conducted a Google search for national parks near me, and the Lumber River State Park location was provided. The investigation also revealed that Miller and her estranged husband, John Paul Miller, had been separated and were involved in the legal system. This information led to the investigators confirming the whereabouts of Miller and a female that he is allegedly romantically involved with. Investigators were able to confirm that both individuals were not in North Carolina at the night before or at the day of Miller's death. Investigators learned through interviews that John Paul Miller was at an athletic event in Charleston on the day of Micah Miller's death. John Miller's vehicle was observed traveling on Highway 17 bypass in Horry County at 2:22 p.m. on April 27, 2024. The investigation confirmed that John Miller was accompanied while traveling to and from the event in Charleston, South Carolina. On Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, Sheriff Bernice Wilkins, investigators, and the medical examiner met with parents and immediate family members of Micah Miller. John Paul Miller was given the opportunity to attend a separate meeting, and Miller indicated through his attorney that he would not come to North Carolina to meet with the investigators. Investigators conducted several interviews and developed a timeline of events in relation to Miller's death on April 24th. At 11 a.m., Miller was observed on her Ring camera arriving at her residence on Margarita Drive, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. At 11:38 a.m., Miller was observed on her Ring camera leaving her residence. 12:12 p.m., Miller is observed on store surveillance walking into Dick's Pawn Shop, which is located on 1852 Mountain Mr. Joe White Avenue, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. 12:13 p.m., Miller is observed at the register and initiates the purchase of a weapon. 12:34 p.m., Miller is observed leaving Dick's Pawn Shop after purchasing a weapon and ammunition. 1:06 p.m., Miller's black Honda is observed traveling on Highway 501 near 4 Mile Road, Conway, South Carolina. 1:27 p.m., Miller's black Honda is observed arriving at 41 Grocery and Grill, which is located at 41 South Carolina, 41 Mullins, South Carolina. 1:35 p.m., Miller is observed leaving a store after the purchase of purchasing a drink and gas. 2:54 p.m., Miller called Robertson County from Lumber River State Park. The Lumber River State Park is 32 miles from 41 Grocery and Grill in Mullins, South Carolina. 911 calls indicated below. First, let me say on behalf of Robertson County Sheriff's Office that our sincere condolences are being sent to the family and friends of Micah Miller, says Sheriff Bernice Wilkins. This incident has garnered much attention across the Carolinas and beyond. I want to assure everyone that the very methodical investigation was conducted by our criminal investigations team and crime scene investigative team. Unfortunately, rumors and conspiracy theories were spreading quickly and assumptions were being made. However, in the end, we must make decisions based on the facts and the evidence that has been gathered. While I know it is not what many people wanted to hear, the evidence is quite clear and compelling, and we are saddened as anyone that this has occurred. There are many factors we have reviewed that occurred over an extended period of time that are probably related to the reason for this investigation. But in the end, sadly, a tragic decision was made by Micah that ended her life. They provided updates and photos of this, of her car, traveling different places, leaving her house, walking into the store, pins, locations, traffic camera.
Robertson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Okay, hold on just one second. I didn't realize they're going to play this. We're about to listen to a 911 call that I anticipate is her phoning in. If this is something that you don't want, I want to give you an opportunity to bail out on this. This is tragic. It sounds like mental illness, and as the police said in their interview, probably some events and relationships that led to this. So please just be mindful of that. Please be respectful and chat as well as we listen to. I know this is makes your heart ache.
Robertson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
At National Park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from?
84524.
I muted that.
Where's the park located at?
In Fair Bluff.
Let's see.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone. Find my phone is on. I just did my my location.
Okay, I'm showing. Hold on one second. I don't think you are in Robeson County. Are you at the Lumber River State Park?
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay. Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute.
This poor woman and this poor dispatcher. Oh my goodness. And that was the end of the call. Oh my goodness. She hung up at that point. I think the call went dead at that point, and they say that the dispatcher tried to return the call, and there was no answer. That is heartbreaking. It breaks my heart to think that somebody gets to a point where they think that's the only option, that there's no one to talk to, or there's no way that it can't get better, whatever situation they're in. Please, if you know somebody that is exhibiting any signs of this sort of tendency, or if you yourself recognize it in yourself, please reach out and talk to somebody. There's numbers we can we put them in chat? There we go, right here. Texting 988 in the U.S. will do it. Thank you, Matthew, for linking that. I understand why the sheriff's office, why they put that out, because there was so much speculation, and there's so many things that just don't look right, and they acknowledge it in their message, saying there were some things that might have led up to this, but this puts to rest some of the immediacy of the actual events as to how they happened. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the mental health is tough, and I'll share just a tiny bit personally. For the longest time, I could not relate in the smallest bit to what I heard people describing as, this level of helplessness, of desperation. To me, it didn't click. I had never been in that scenario. I'd never been in a situation that felt hopeless like that. I'd always had amazing support and structure and resources and things that were available to me. That even if I was in a bad spot, there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. And for me, and thankfully, it has always been that way. I had just briefly situations where I started getting panic attacks, and I cannot tell you how absolutely like soul deep frightening it is to have a panic attack for me, where I'd never been in a situation where I felt like my mind was running free and I couldn't control it, and then being there and seeing that in my situation, I'll tell you, I woke up in the middle of the night and I thought, I'm not going to live till the morning. Not that there was no self-harm aspect to it at all, but just the fear. There was irrational fear for everything, health, just everything that could go wrong was going to go wrong in my head, and that just it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense, but it gave me just a glimpse of what that can be, and I have a new appreciation for people that struggle on a daily basis with thoughts and challenges like that are, that sometimes your head just can't get in the right spot. Sometimes things don't add up and make sense. If that's you, please reach out, please call, please. The 988 number, text, just talk to someone, talk to somebody. There's, there people care. A lot of times people don't know, but people care. And given the opportunity, most people will help. Most people will take a minute and sit and talk. And sometimes it just takes another person to listen. Sometimes it takes some good advice. Sometimes it takes medication. It's mental health is a real thing. It's not some boogie monster that doesn't exist. It's real. It's very real. It's as real as any other issue we might go to a doctor to get treated. So with that, my heart goes out to Micah's family, and just everyone involved in that situation. So thank you for that. Wow. Man. I love this community is supportive, and I see this all over the place. I can't be the support for everybody. I wish, initially when there was just the 13 of us, maybe I could have been, but this community supports each other. Honestly, when we come here and start a live stream, and somebody says, "Hey, has anybody seen?" And they mention a name. It's like, I'm worried about so and so. Does anyone have contact information for XYZ? And reach out. I love that. That support is incredible. I love that we find that here, and thank you, each one of you. Thank you for that. All right. All right. You guys are amazing. All right, we're gonna, before I start sobbing uncontrollably on the stream, we're gonna wrap things up for the day. I'm out of tissues and I'm out of Mountain Dew, so I guess all I have left are my lemon crisp Kit Kats that I get to eat. So it's a real thing, apparently. I'll try them. All right, we are family, one big dysfunctional, loving family. We all are. That's the funny thing. You think that you've got. Oh, I've got somebody calling in. Hold on, just 1 second.
Call from Jessica.
Hey, Jessica. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hi, Scott. I'm good. Hey, I just wanted to real quick just share with you something that training for these kinds of situations. Sometimes the dispatcher might seem heartless when they say, okay, and they ask questions like, what's your plan? How are you going to do it? Those kinds of things. And it's not because they're heartless. It's because they have to think of officer safety for the officers that are en route. Mm-hmm. And also they want to make sure that if the person has a plan, sometimes asking them about it makes them double think about what they're doing. It's a very sad time when you get a call like that.
Yeah,
because you can't really. It's so helpless.
And that poor dispatcher, she is. You think, why didn't she ask? Why didn't she say? Why didn't she? Think. We think of all the things that. Oh, the first thing out of my mouth would have been, why didn't she do that? She's actually following her training. I worked in an area where one of the things that was a big concern were people that were threatening some sort of terrorist activity, and so the idea that we could get a phone call to any one of us and be the only contact from somebody who is threatening to explode something, we got trained on that, and what they would ask you to do was literally just that. It was to sometimes to play dumb, to make them go back and repeat things, and it's from the outside, if you're listening to the recording of somebody doing this, it's like, why aren't you listening? He's telling you that that this is going on, and you're trying to say why, and now did you say that? Now was that it? And challenge them with the wrong information. You said it was at this place. The training it does look different than what you would expect, but it does give people pause. It gives them time. It gives them more information. And in the meanwhile, me as the recipient of the caller, I'm writing down every sound I hear in the background. I hear a train whistle. I hear cars going by. I can hear another voice. I can hear, you're doing all this while at the same time trying to juggle this conversation.
Right.
And still, standing up, waving the cards, yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow flag. It's and then not hanging up the phone, everything. There's a lot going on there. So, but thank you.
I've unfortunately, without getting into details, obviously I wouldn't do that. But I've had a couple of suicidal calls. One was completed, the other one wasn't, and the one that wasn't. I noticed that there was a sound of a bird in the background, and I said, well, who's going to take care of your bird? Because I found out it was a parrot, and they live a long time. And he kind of double thought about, well, who's going to take care of my pet? He's my buddy. And thankfully I was able to stall him long enough to get the police there. However, the one thing that I would just want to say, not necessarily on the end of life thing, but on the dispatcher side of things, is that even if the dispatcher isn't talking to you, they're working. They're getting people dispatched. They're, just because they're not talking to you doesn't mean that people aren't on their way. If they're asking you questions, it's not because they're stupid. It's because a lot of times these questionnaires are developed in certain circumstances by people who are behavioral analysts, that are psychologists, psychiatrists, that know the kinds of questions that might meet or might draw out some responses that are helpful. So, but I just wanted to check in and just tell you that dispatchers are trained to do that, and it sucks, and it's an unfortunate byproduct. That's why dispatchers don't stay dispatchers for too long. It's just too hard.
I've said for a long time that dispatchers don't get the credit, and in some places they don't even get the retirement benefits that a police officer does. Yet they go through some of the same stressors, if not more. Obviously, they're not physically in harm's way, but mentally, the stress of having a call like that, and the next minute you've got a lady who's frantically saying her cat's in the tree and you need help, fire truck, and the next one, parents got a child who's choking, and it just can go from back to back to back. And some weekends it's just call after call with the full gamut, and it doesn't stop. I've got a special place in my heart for dispatchers, so thank you.
Oh, I know you've always said that, and that's always sweet. But I wanted to say one last thing that's on a little bit lighter note, I guess, if you will. For Karen Reed, and then this is not a spoiler. I'm not spoiling anything because I'm caught up. However, their police department actually has police officers that dispatch much like what I used to do when I was in the military. So I just thought that was an interesting parallel that they actually had. They didn't delineate between the two. So it'll be an interesting, I don't know if it's necessarily, substantive, but it was just an interesting fact that I learned. So some civilian dispatchers are still police officers, which is kind of cool.
That's cool. Jessica, thank you very much. Appreciate that perspective.
Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah.
We'll see you.
All right. Take care.
Bye. Ivan calling me out that I don't care about cats and trees. I'm just saying that cats are designed to climb trees, and most of the time they can get down on their own. That's it.
Call from
That's all I'm saying. Hey, Steve, this is Scott. Can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Okay. I tried calling from this number before and you couldn't hear me.
Okay. It works this time. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not calling through my work number this time. So normally I'm a very private person about my personal life, but that call and chat and other things just kind of bubbled things up and some comments and things like that. Prior to about 21 years ago, 24 years ago, I used to self-medicate. My dad died when I was 11, so I self-medicated after that until I was about 30. Hang on. So when I stopped is when all the anxiety and all the depression and everything surfaced. Just in the last probably 4 years, 5 years, it's gotten much worse.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What helps?
Okay.
What helps
To
for
the
you?
point where just giving the advice to it's easy to say, hey, here's the number, please call somebody, but being the person to call is not easy.
No. I can tell you from my own limited experience in this that I have no words. That you know, sometimes all I can do is listen, and you know, I don't know what the right thing to say is, but I know me listening is better than having nobody to listen.
Yeah, and just kind of going off what the last caller said, the only thing that has stopped me is my 2 dogs.
Man. Steve, I appreciate you sharing.
So, anyways, I didn't want to make it too heavy, and I was
No.
trying not to do that. So, yeah,
No.
that was the not knowing what was going to happen with my dogs if I did was the only thing that stopped me. So, yeah.
That is great.
Anyway.
Because I imagine the relationship you have with your dogs. Your dogs love you, and they do depend on you.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah, we have a weird little symbiotic relationship around.
when everything else is falling apart, the dogs are there for you. I mean, that's the unconditional love of a dog is crazy. So I appreciate you doing the hard thing and being there for your dogs.
Yeah.
So thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks
Anyway.
for sharing. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right.
All right.
Bye.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, I'm going to run out of tissues here real quick. Steve, you've got lots of love in chat, lots of support. I see emotional support zebras everywhere. We're gonna wrap things up here, and get ready for Karen Reed tomorrow. We're excited for more of that. This is the most amazing chat. This community is amazing. So thank you very much. Thanks for all the kind words. Thanks for, I've got to say this, thanks to all the people who know what to say when I don't, and put that in chat. I appreciate all of you. So, definitely looking forward to Ari's closing thoughts after this stream. I think, Maggie, as far as Karen Reed goes, tomorrow, let's see, they're in a full day, so we'll probably do early in the morning for Karen Reed tomorrow. We'll start early in the morning, and maybe some court hopping in the afternoon. If Thurston Washington is doing something, we might jump over to that. Jamie says both my YouTube channels have quit early. Now what to watch? You guys are amazing. You know who you are. You're absolutely incredible. I appreciate each of you in the way you reach out and support each other. And literally, you support somebody like wholeheartedly who all you know is their YouTube name, their YouTube handle, or the name they've given us. So Yeah, so this is what we're gonna this is what we're gonna end on right here. If I can find the music. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. First thing in the morning. You guys are amazing. The uplift that you give me is incredible. Thank you so much. Dance it out, y'all. That's what we need. We need dancers. We'll do birthday song in the morning. We'll need dancers for that as well. Carry your emotional support day, bro. I've got mine right over here. Easy. I've got mine right here. It's hump day tomorrow as well. I will gear up for a big yell. I'll gear up for a big yell. I'll do warm-ups. I'll have a beverage to soothe my vocal cords afterwards. It's gonna be great. And tonight, since you've got time, why don't you go back and watch all of Matthew Harris's content from the last 2 months? I think you've got time this afternoon in the break. That would be awesome to do that. Warm water with lemon and honey. That's what we're going to do. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Please be kind to each other. Appreciate that. Thanks for everything. Everything. You guys are the best. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early-ish. 8:30, something like that. You guys have a good night. Bye-bye.